Hello. It has been an hour, and I am in a different set of clothes, so you know that my stream was successful.
And your camera is flipped the other way.
Oh, is it? I see it the same way on both Restream and you guys.
Yeah, I think on the live.
I actually can't remember.
No, on live you throw it around.
Is that better? Makes no difference to me.
Still the same.
No,
It doesn't matter.
It doesn't. Yeah, it doesn't change on.
Oh, does it not actually change it? Why is that a setting then? If me mirroring it doesn't.
That's why I'm telling you, because I see me, like, my I see me is flipped, is mirrored, but not mirrored on, like
when you're watching.
actual.
Yeah. See, it's funny because when I look at Andy, it literally is like I'm sitting in my place on the sofa that I sit on. Like it literally is just I'm looking at Andy from where her feet would be. It's great. I've just like accumulated a spot in Vicky and Andy's houses at this point. Technically, it's a sofa in Andy's and a bed in Vicky's, but you know, whatever. But yeah, we may have an Abby. She said that she may pop on once her little one is asleep because she hasn't been on since I think she's been on once since she gave birth. And I was like, I'm on. I have sprints if you feel like saying hi to the guys because I always offer. I'm always like, here you go. Costs me nothing to send a link to one extra person. But yeah, continuing the readathon for Becca because I'm crazy and normally make it longer than she does at nighttime. As these two both know, because I normally drag them with me. But how is your weekend going so far? Hi to Andy, who obviously wasn't on sprints earlier. And what are you in the middle of reading? Andy?
It felt like a chain of questions, and I don't know where it's.
How are you? How's your weekend, and what are you reading?
I'm sore. I'm tired. Weekend's fine. Doing nothing.
It's the Emily Henry one, isn't it?
Still reading Great Big Beautiful Life. Yeah, I am.
It took me ages to realize what that actually was when you started writing it to start with.
I'm 146 pages in. So
amazing.
There's only 416. So I'm like
just
over a quarter of the way through. It's because it's a hardback as well, and it's got massive text. It's
kind of deceiving because I've got the hardback as well, and it was a bit deceiving. I was like, oh,
I much prefer this Ombre. The Ombre on this is much better than the Ombre on the last one.
That is nice.
I like how it has like a third color in the middle almost because of the two colors mixing to like that orange in the middle.
Yeah, that's like the one before is like orange and blue, and that doesn't.
It doesn't blend as well. Nicely. No.
But I mean, we don't ask for much as readers. We just want pretty books.
Yeah, that's not asking for much.
And for them to consistently keep series the same cover and the same size.
Yeah.
Yes. Also, I haven't told you guys. So remember how in the Hot Mess chat when Chloe and Meg were doing their unhaul, I was like, I've been looking for the house on the Cerulean Sea in hardback. Like I wanted it. I have been waiting for it. I had somewhere in hardback that I pre-ordered. It is exactly in the middle, height-wise, of the paperback and the hardback of Somewhere Beyond the Sea. So I now have a staircase instead of a drop.
Oh dear God!
See, I got the original hardback of Cerulean Sea when it came out, because I had Chloe's old one when she got the Illumicrate ones.
Yeah.
And then when Somewhere came out, obviously Waterstones do the big hardbacks, like normal size hardbacks. But that I was like, no, because that's not going to work. And then Illumicrate decided they were going to do like the same height ones as their editions of House of the Cerulean Sea. So I was like, amazing. There's this much difference.
Oh, why?
But I'm like, do you know what? I would prefer that much difference rather than that much difference. So I'll take it.
Yeah,
I'll
well,
take
I've
it.
got
The spines don't match either. The font's different on it. But do you know what? It's fine. It's fine.
I've got the height difference is literally TJ space and some of the K, like between the two. And I was like, I thought I was being so smart getting, because I had the paperback. I didn't necessarily need a second copy, but I was like, oh, that's ace. Like it'll help Meg unhaul a book and it'll be good for me. No, it did not. It did not work in my favor, guys. It didn't work. Siobhan, what are you reading / doing tonight, and how's your weekend been going?
It's been good. Done the food shopping. It's all put away, all sorted. May have a little bit of hat hair because it was a bit like drizzly outside, so I had my newt hat on. So my hair's a bit flattened and weird now, but oh well. And I think I'm gonna do Mr. Villain's Day Off next. It's really short actually for a manga.
We love that.
But I thought it was like a Yakuza thing, but it's not. It's an actual villain. He's got pointy ears and sharp teeth. So, well. Still have Dinosaur Sanctuary Volume 3. I also forgot I had this next to the bed as well. I've got Dead Man Wonderland Volume 2. So I have that as well. And I need to get food at some point. I didn't have food at point, but I don't know what I want. And I'm also in the middle of an episode of Perfect 10 Liners. So
There. Becca?
I think the first sprint is we're going to watch the new episode of Doctor Who because that's out, so we want to watch that. And then I'll be continuing with A New Dawn. I just wanted to get to the point where they meet because they're two of my favourite characters and I love them. I also have been doing my TBR jar picks for my Patreon. I'm still feeling weird about saying it. I'm trying to say it to get used to it, but it's still feel weird. So yeah.
That's fair. In the hour break, I had my shower and I did Brindle just before we finished, so I'm going to read Dead Man Wonderland Volume 2. Jem has messaged us and said she has now read it, so now me and Siobhan are behind.
yeah,
Without telling us. So that was lovely.
yeah.
So I'm going to read that next, and then I'll figure out what the next role is when I do the next role at some point. It'll be fine. It'll be fine. It's been ages since I've hosted sprints. This feels so good. Oh, Himesh. I
Uh-oh.
don't know what he's doing, but I know that noise. Hi, Rachel.
It's like rubbing his face on the carpet.
Hi, Sharon. That's pretty. Yeah, it's got nice bridges on it.
I was like, what's pretty? The book. Right, the book.
Hi.
Oh, I meant to say to you, Becca, just when you were mentioning Star Wars there, one of the videos that was on my watch later was a guy called Clint. His channel's Clint's Reptiles, and normally talks about animals, but mostly reptiles, as you can imagine. And he did a video, he's like just done a video where he was saying that because he's a big Star Wars fan, and he was like, but in my opinion, only 4 of the movies are actual canon. And he was saying, so the original 3 and then Rogue One. He was like, they make sense together. He was like the prequel series. He was like, that's not what happened. And he was like, I can tell you that's not what happened because of what happened in the original trilogy. So he'd gone through the original trilogy, taken notes on what they said about the history, and then comparing it.
Oh, God.
It was really clever. It was really good. And I was like, I see where you're getting it. But I also agree, Rogue One is probably the best one.
Rogue One is my favourite other than Revenge of the Sith. Like, Rogue One is just...
Which is his favourite from the prequel trilogy. So it's the only one he likes in the prequel trilogy. But it's just, I totally forgot. I was like, why is he doing this video? And I was like, oh yes.
I did see a really funny thing because in Revenge of the Sith, sorry, I'm going off on a tangent, but in Revenge of the Sith, when Anakin is in front of General Grievous, the droid with like all the arms, he says, "Oh, I thought you'd be taller." And I found out the other day a bit of lore, and it's just perfect. Dave Filoni, when he was writing Clone Wars, he had to make sure Anakin was never in a scene with General Grievous, otherwise that wouldn't have made sense, because Revenge of the Sith come out first. And I was like, oh, that's genius. How many times do you reckon he messed up? And then realised and was like, oh, I'm going to need to change this. He can't be in this scene. I was like, yes, I love this.
It's the worst thing for me about anything where they like hop around with a timeline, because I could not. My brain would not keep track of what had happened and who was where and who knew what. And
I go one of two ways. I'm either like, I don't care, I'm just here for the fun, which I do in Star Wars, or I go full like red string, which is what it's like for things like Lord of the Rings.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So with Cassandra Clare, she obviously had the
yes,
what's it, family trees, and then
Family
when
tree.
when the last hours come out, she had to be like, yeah, these aren't right, because everyone was like, oh, this person ends up with this person. She's like, no, these aren't right. Ignore these. These were just for funsies. It's like, cool.
You know, it was mentioned again in Secrets of Blackthorn Hall, and I had to get. It's like,
I love that she's
I'm
now
here
just
for
made
holding
it
myself, and I
canon.
had to bring myself out. Okay.
She's basically made it canon now that it's not right, and I love it. It's so funny. Sharon is going to be reading Children of Fallen Gods by Clarissa Broadbent. Is that the?
That's the other series. That's
Not
not
the one that.
yeah.
Not the. Is that the Ashes of the?
That's
No,
the
the other
second
one.
book. Why am I not? Serpent on the Wings of Night.
Yes.
Crowns
My
of Nyaxia. That's the
My brain was just so lost with all of the names of books there. Sorry. Hi. Oh, oof. Reading Queen of Shadows, finished Sunrise on the Reaping yesterday.
Oh,
Oh.
and you're going into Queen. Actually, no, Queen of Shadow.
My heart hurts for you. I did Sunrise on the Reaping the same day as I did The Golden Raven from the Foxhole Court, and should not have read them both on the same day.
Yeah, that's why when I finished Sunrise, I went straight into like a romance.
Yeah.
Rude.
I did not. I went into like the mafia sports dark romance that you really need like 1,001 trigger warnings for. It's
Oh, dear.
great.
Oh, Emma
I love
software.
them really. It's fine.
Emma's finished work.
Oh dear. So you won't be getting any reading done because you'll be getting TikToks off her, yeah?
Yeah, there's
I'm
no-
gonna need you to like put your phone like up here so that we
Away.
can see it on your pillow so that I can yell at you if you move it.
No, I kind of keep my phone from my music and stuff, but I can just see all the TikToks coming through, and I'm like, oh, Emma's off work.
Oops, it's fine.
It's
You
fine.
read earlier. It's
Okay.
fine.
Totally bad.
Yeah, I'm gonna keep going with Becca's hour and then however long for Try Bits until we run out of things to say, which I know it's me. It doesn't normally happen. But like we were really good earlier.
Yeah.
We had minutes to spare most times like with Becca's sprint, so you never know. And then we'll basically go until whenever. And you guys have both read it, so that's fine. Something about lavender soap.
Why is it always lavender?
I know. I don't like lavender. I just like lavender. Going to exist. That is very fair. It's very fair. Yeah, lavender is not a scent I like. I don't know if it's just me.
I like lavender. We used to have a huge lavender bush at the bottom of our garden, but it started taking over a bit of everything. It started out as a teeny tiny
Oh.
pot, and then we put it out in the garden. Big mistake.
Oh no.
It overtook the entire corner, but it smelled so nice. And there was always bumblebees around.
I'll take your word for it. I don't have a sense of smell, so I don't got no clue.
That's very fair. The guys have just come downstairs, so I'm going to see if we're going to get pizza. But on that note, I will see you in an hour.
My StreamYard's broken. I don't know if you can hear me. If you can hear me, can you please mute me? Thank you.
Hello. How was that an hour already? How did we do?
I got to page 220. I'm unsure how many that is. It's more than 70 and less than 80.
Somewhere
And I'm
in.
past the half.
Yes. Beautiful. Siobhan, how did you do?
I finished episode 20 of Perfect 10 Liners. And I got about 51% through Mr. Villain's Day Off.
Nice.
It's really fun. Yeah. I like it. It's very much like where the house has been, Yakuza's bias and all that. It's like you can't take it too seriously.
Yeah.
It's just a bunch of fun. Just good fun. I like it.
I love that. Becca messaged me to say that she didn't think she would be back in time with when they started Doctor Who. So she may appear at some point, but she may also not. I got most of the way through this. I have 2 chapters left, so I'm 140 pages in or something.
Mhm.
Yeah, about there. So I've got about 70-ish pages left. So I should finish this volume in the next sprint. But the guys, it's pretty quick. But the guys that are working today have just put a question in the chat, so I will answer them just in case other people are out and about. Like, it's whoever sees it answers it, basically. Just for ease. And we got pizza. And I had like cheesy pepperoni swirl things. I don't know. I ate food, basically. Hey, Gabby. I'm reading Charlie and the Chocolate Factory. Nice. I did a reread of them a few years ago and have not reread them since.
I want to get a box set of Roald Dahl, but I've not got it. I've just not gotten around to doing it yet.
I found a box set on Marketplace and did it that way. And then passed on the ones I didn't like on reread to my old primary school. Because I didn't like SEO Trot or the Twits on reread. There was a few that I had major issues with, but SEO Trot was my biggest issue.
Yes. That was my favorite one growing up. And then when I reread it as an adult, I was like, ooh.
Yeah, same.
No.
As a kid, if you'd asked me if there was problems with that story, I would have been like, no, that's love at first sight, blah, blah, blah. No.
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 I always get SEO Trot mixed up with Shredden Vashtar, which is not a Roald Dahl. It's just a really dark story about, I want to say a ferret.
Ow.
Animals.
Mm.
Animals are all involved. Yeah. I reread it and I was like, absolutely not. If you stole my cats, I would so know if it was a clone of one of them. Like, I know that obviously my cats are both very vocal and tortoises obviously don't make that much noise. But like, I have looked after a tortoise before and they've still got personality traits. They've still got markings. Like, yeah.
Yeah, no.
I can just imagine somebody attempting to steal Hamish. Like, Andy would be like making bail claims. People know not to.
That's only if someone finds out.
So now you're sunny. After I get back from shopping.
Of course.
Fucking Scotland, I swear to God.
Yep, pretty much. There are no more comments,
Ow.
but I feel really weird going after a 5-minute chatty bit. But will we just go after a 5-minute chatty bit?
Fair.
Keep the productivity going? Yeah. Let me reset this.
Yeah, I'm gonna finish this and then think about what I'm gonna have for supper. Because I
Good
need
plan.
food.
My hair is now dried enough that I can have it down without it bugging me, but I can also go brush it to get rid of the last few tangles. So
Honestly, I'm like this close from like chopping mine like all off. It's
I miss having no hair.
honestly, because the front bits are getting long again as well. I know I'm due a haircut, but like I'm honestly tempted to get the like actual length part really short as well this time, because it's actually pissing me off. I don't like it on my neck, and it's doing my head in.
Yeah. Maybe get like a shave up the back then.
I've
Or
had
like
that.
an undercut so that you've got less of it on your neck. I've had both of those before. Or a pixie cut where it's more shaggy at the top so that it's not.
Well, I'll send a
There's
picture.
so many options.
Yeah, I'll send a picture to you of what I'm thinking. It is more on, obviously, well, I'm non-binary, so it doesn't really matter. I'm more on the male side of things haircut.
Yeah. It's hair.
Well, that's
Honestly, one of my favorite hairstyles I have rocked has been no hair. Like
good.
the shaved haircut that I had for like 19, 20 months was honestly one of my favorite haircuts.
Yeah, I mean, I think if I did that, my mom would literally disown me. I know.
Oh, my gran wanted to cry. My gran was so funny. She said that I went from looking like a Murray to looking like a Strachan, which is my mum's side of the family.
Oh,
But I don't get it because all of my grandparents, my aunts and my uncles on both sides, and my parents all have short hair. Like I have the longest hair of everyone. So how when I went and cut it shorter than them, did I then not look like any of them
I
anymore?
don't know. I don't know. My mom is very weird about my hair. I know that it's not her hair and it's mine, and I can do whatever the fuck I want with it. But I'm one of those people who's just like always worried of what she'll do. But in my head, I know it's just hair and it'll grow back.
My
But
mum had
she
the
doesn't
point of
think so.
view of you can do whatever you want, but if you hate it after you've done it, you do not complain to me.
That's
So
fair.
I asked for it to be blonde when I was like 10, and we did a wash and wash out, and it did not even dent it. Like it didn't even
Oh.
change the tone of it.
Oh no.
So we bleached it, and it then went like sandy blonde. Like it wasn't quite blonde, but it was more like a sandy yellowy blonde, and it wasn't a good shade. But we did it at home. Fuck it. It was around the time that David Beckham and all of the footballers were doing like the blonde tips. So
Oh.
all of the boys in my year were also dyeing their hair. But what I forgot was that they could shave their hair after about a few weeks of having tips and it would be back to their natural color.
Yeah.
I had to do a grow out. And
Yeah.
I got so fed up with it. I had long hair and I grew it out to like under my ears, like jaw length. It grew out to down, and then I kept like chopping it shorter and shorter to try to get rid of the blonde. It took me like 2 years, and I ended up with like blocky blonde. Like I've never done it again.
I mean, you could have just dyed back over the top of it.
I know, but we ended up almost getting out and then putting in highlights, and that was the start of my highlighted era. Like I was blonde for a good bit, but it was highlighted blonde, and that was much better. It was also done by a hairdresser rather than by me and my mum.
That's fair.
But yeah, I had so many box dyes in my hair between like 13 and 19. And then I went for a few years with it, and then I went back to doing it. Me and my cousins would dye it. And yeah, cutting it all and starting again was great, but not everybody's going to have the ability to shave their hair. And I'm aware of that. I almost caused Michelle, like the lady who did it for me, an absolute meltdown because she was like, "Are you sure?" And I'm like, "Michelle, everybody's fucking paid me. Like, this is for charity. Would you just fucking cut it?" And she's like, "Well, what if you hate it?" And I'm like, "Doesn't matter. I'll grow back. Like, it's fine."
That's
I work
what
with her on a daily basis, and she still cuts my hair and dyes it. And every time I tell her to take stuff off of it, she's like, but it's so pretty. And I'm like, I don't care. Cut some of it. Honestly, it's so funny.
Yeah,
Because her hair, like when she trims her hair, like she holds it and it's like the littlest bit off the end that she can get away with. And I'm just like, whatever. It's funny.
I've had an undercut as well, like in a almost like a triangle shape.
Yeah.
And it was great. But I don't know. It was a nightmare to grow back in though.
Yeah, but it's also hidden.
True.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't know if
you
I'm
grow it back. Vicky having her undercut makes me want to have one back, but you know.
I don't know. I might I can get my hair in a ponytail, so I kind of want like just the ponytail bit off.
Yeah. That's fair.
If I had an undercut, I would look like, you know, in Scary Movie 2, the butler with a little hand, like that sort of hair, or Riff
I've
Raff
not
from
watched the second one yet.
Yes.
Riff Raff from Rocky Horror. It would
Yeah.
literally look like I just had like one layer of extensions on my hair.
Yeah. I had quite a
Did not have
low
enough hair.
undercut. Like I still kept like mine was basically like under where my glasses sit.
Okay.
Like just that bottom like third. Where Vicky's is like up here, and me and Andy would both then look like we had no hair left. Like I have I would not be able to do that.
I had like one. It was like this, and it went quite far up. I want to say like half of my hair went as high as about as half.
Yeah, we got Bobby. Hi, Bobby. Right, let's go for another sprint because I feel like I talked for another 10 minutes. That's about right. I already reset it, so I don't know how long that was. But let's go for another sprint, and I'll see you in an hour. I could not find my mouse. It's like, where are you? Where am I trying to move you?
Did Eden take it again?
No, thankfully not this time. I went back and watched the start of sprints and sent a screen recording to Andy and the guys and to Richie so that they could see how much of a pain she was being. And he just laughed in my face because obviously he did. Obviously. How did we do, Andy?
I 248 pages in. I made
Nice.
dinner.
Beautiful. Siobhan.
I finished Mr. Villain's Day Off. I discovered that it's a series, so well, obviously it says volume 1, so I imagined there'd be more. But it turns out there's like 6 or 7 of them, so that's good. And then I did 19 minutes of Perfect 10 Liners, episode 21. Yes. And I'm like this close to crying because it's a sad scene.
No.
I can see his teary face on the screen, and I'm like, it's so fucking sad, man.
Oh dear.
Oh, the couple of the biggest flag couple ever, but their past traumas are horrid. It's so sad. But I'll be having supper the next sprint, so I'll finish the episode now. But fucking hell, man.
Becca.
I finished the Doctor Who episode. It was a great episode. Not as good as last week's episode, but it will take a lot to beat last week's episode. And then I read 55 pages. So, yeah, and I got some wine because I got a bottle of wine for my birthday, and I remembered about it the other day.
Fair. That's a good reason. I finished Dead Man Wonderland, and then I rolled my dice and I got the highest number I've had all day. I kept getting like 1s, 2s, and 3s, and I got a 5. So I was like, fantastic. Like I'm closer like through the board now. Like I felt a bit better. And then my prompt was free pick, and I was like, no. Every single different spinner I've done has given me free pick first. But anyway, we rolled again and got audiobook, which also didn't really help that much. But I decided, you'll be happy with this, to read Seems Like Death, which is your 12 and 12 for me. And I was like, what better month and weekend to read it than right now?
Wait, isn't that the same one you picked for me for a friend pick?
Probably.
Probably.
I really love the book.
I mean, I love Caleb Barron anyway, so.
I have had this for so long, like Becca and Smash. We all came back from Yelp with it, and I did not read it. So I'm very, very late to this thing.
But with it. We entered the competition at Yelp, and then I think, was I the first one to get it in the post? And then I posted like, and then Ash was like, you'll never guess what. And then you was like,
I got home late because at this point I still worked in the old hotel, which meant shitty hours. And then on the same day out, I came home to it too. So, but I have now read a lot more Kaylin Barron. Like, we're getting there. But yeah, I decided to read that. So I'm a grand total of 30 pages in. But, you know, you've got to start somewhere, right? Let's go back. We got a love heart from Bobby just as we went on sprints. Hi, Hattie. I'm assuming Rosie will now be in bed, maybe? I'm on chapter 9. Nice. But we got 52 pages. Nice. I didn't get any reading done, just scrolling and looking for used books. That's fair. We've all been there. We've all lost time looking for books. Hi, Jem. I'm on chapter 36, and I do not like Snow's mother. What book are you? I feel like I should know what book you're reading.
Hmm.
Did you say earlier, Rachel?
HMRC.
Oh,
I was like, Snow just makes me think of Hunger Games, but I can't remember them saying that on your sprints. I was like, you told us.
Helena.
Yeah.
Thank
I
you.
was like,
Remember the mum's name, so thank you.
I was very, very Hunger Games brain there, and I was like, this
yeah,
isn't.
so was I.
It's like,
I haven't read Ballad, so I was very confused. I was like, is this Ballad?
no, it's not in Ballad either, which is why I was very confused.
I was like, he's Grant? What?
Hey. But yeah, the boys also left, so I got more cuddles, which is always good. But you know how I always laugh because Ali's like 6'5". So like to give him a hug, I'm like up on my tippy toes and like stretching. And I always find it hilarious because I'm not that short. And my dad's 6'3". Like I'm used to hugging tall people. But my dad always like goes for his arms around my shoulders. So I always go like low in the hug. Where with Ali, he always goes low. So I'm always high. And it's just so funny. Because every time in my head I go high, go low. and it's like so stupid. But it amuses me every time. And then I hug Jay, and Jay's like shorter than me, so it's just like polar opposites. It's so funny. It's great. But they've been at the gym just before they came here. And it's like Jay's just started going with Ali, and every time he saw me today, he saw me 3 times, and every time he was like, "I'm so sore. I hate the gym." And we were all laughing because we're like, "You're going to be so much worse tomorrow, my friend." He was like, "No, don't tell me that." And I was like, "Well, sorry to tell you." You obviously get better.
And
It was like,
Yeah.
sorry, I didn't hear that.
then and then it'd be fine after a couple of days. Whereas I was hefting like 2 boxes and scanning in documents 2 weeks ago at work and still recovering.
Yeah, flare ups suck. Especially when it's your muscles, because yeah.
I'm getting to the like really grumpy end of like sick of it.
This is very fair. So fair. I have literally, so
The big boxes.
my blanket is the same one that Andy has, and I literally have been sitting with it over my knees for the heat. Like, I don't need up here because, like, this is keeping my legs warm. But, like, I don't think there's been a single day since I got it that when I've sat in the library, I haven't had the heat on.
I came downstairs when she was staying here the other week and she had my blanket on and I was like, did you bring your
Not
blanket?
attached to the electric, just a blanket. I was like, I don't know. I just took the top blanket off the pile of blankets. I didn't even think. I was like, there's just a pile. I was like, I did think it was heavier than normal. I don't know. As soon as Andy said it, though, I was like, oh yeah, that makes more sense. Oops. It's great fun. Yeah. Let's say yes, HMRC. There's still 5 minutes to go, but there's no more comments.
Oh.
We're just happy to go again. So that's what we did last time.
I don't think I'm finishing this book tonight because I've still got 2 hours and 51 minutes. And I feel like this next sprint will be my last sprint. So, because that will take me around to like nearly 10 o'clock. And I didn't get to sleep till like 2 o'clock this morning. And I'm up fairly early tomorrow because I want to go to the gym in the morning. So, yay. So I'm going to do this sprint. And then when yous go on another sprint, I'm going to disappear.
That's fair.
So, yeah.
This is why I said I would do the later part.
Yeah. Very great.
To be fair, this was exactly why.
Yeah.
Because I'm an idiot who doesn't sleep anyway. And I knew that I was going to try and do like a 48-hour readathon thing for myself. So I was like, to be fair, I got to about 1 o'clock last night, but then I was up this morning. So I probably could have read more and slept less. But I'm also at that point where I'm grumpy right now because of knee pain. So I was like, if I don't sleep properly, then this isn't actually going to work. Like, I'm just not going to do any of it, which is what I think I'd said, Andy, was it 2 weekends ago? I said I was going to try and do like a little over the weekend if you guys wanted to do backyard sprints. And
to be fair, you've done a few now, so I'd pass.
There was 1 week where I was like at work and I was like, right, we're going to do it. And I got home and by like 8:30 on the Friday, I felt absolutely crap and I fell asleep. And then that was my whole weekend screwed. And I was like, yep, okay, it's fine. We'll just read what we managed and then we're not pushing anything further. But that was in April's TBR. And this one, I was like, right, we actually need to try something because this is not going to do great for me if I don't try.
Yeah.
It's fine. I know that this is my own fault. It's fine. If I don't get it done, it's only myself. But I like competing with myself. I'm one of those people. Why are you not working, mouse? There we go. Right. We've only got 3 minutes, but we're going to go 3 minutes early, and I will see you back here in an hour. Bye. Hello.
Hello.
Ah, I'm losing my headphones. Should not be doing this one-handed. It does not work. How do we do? And
I read 90-ish pages.
nice.
75 pages left.
Nice. I'm trying to figure out where I got to, which is not helping. Siobhan, how'd you do?
I had supper, even though it's a bit late, but I had food. And finished watching episode 22 1 of Perfect Timeliners. Yeah, I think it's 21.
Nice. Becca?
I read like 80-ish pages of a new Dawn. So I'm like, I think just past the halfway mark. So very happy with that. That means I've read a book and a half today. That's a lie. I've read more than that because I finished The Coldest Touch this morning as well before sprints.
Nice.
So yeah.
Good start to the month. Hi, Abby.
Hello.
Hi. How are you?
I'm okay. Obviously, things that you are aware of, but other than that, trying to find some dog food that will help, but we'll see. Yeah. Other than that, all good.
Are you reading something at the minute?
I am. I'm reading God's Grave. So I read about 20 pages from when I joined there. So I've got about that. I can't. This camera's like not mirrored. It's So I've got about that much left of it, which I'm really gutted that. So before this I reread Nevernight, and I was like, why did I not carry on the series? At the time, I think I was just reading too many things and then forgot about it, and then forgot how much I enjoyed it. So I reread it, and I was like, oh, this is so good. So yeah, I picked this one straight up, and I'll definitely be going straight onto there. But it's been what? Like, when did we do that readathon with?
Oh, God.
That it was like 5 years ago, wasn't it?
Yeah, like that was before I met any of you guys.
Yeah.
Mm.
So that was
Even
when I
before
read Nevernight for that first like mythology readathon that we done.
Oh my God.
And I never ever picked it up again. And every time I went, oh, I'll read that, I was like, I'm gonna have to reread the first one again. So I think that put me off loads. And now I'm like, why did I not just carry on with it? Because it's so good. So yeah.
Yeah, I want to say that was like the July or the August of 2020.
Yeah.
I think I was just back at work after a pandemic.
Yeah, it was
Like, still in like overall pandemic, but like I was back. Yeah, that was a while ago.
Yeah, we've moved pubs, and the flat in this pub is tiny, so I've had to I've literally had to donate so many books that I was like, I've held on to so many of these and not read them, so I've put to charity like about 200 books that either some I've read, some I haven't. But this series, because obviously I've gone through everything, and then I've gone, I need to actually read what I've got left. Yeah, because like I can't just have it sitting there. So I don't have a big book wall anymore. But yeah, I was like, let's actually get through what I do have and not have that happen again where I get rid of 180 odd books, nearly 200 books. So yeah.
Yeah, you and me both found Loplex at the same time, and you and me both did the same thing of buying all of the series at the same time.
Yep.
I don't know if I was a worse influence on you or you were a worse influence on me, but our TBRs definitely grew at the same time.
Yeah.
But yeah, I feel that. I've actually got them sitting here because Ash bought me them last year. And I've just realised with you saying that I've got God's Grave and Dark Dawn the wrong way around on my shelf. I did not know, but they're now I know, so I'll have to go swap it because it'll bug me otherwise. How far back were we? Me and Becca both answered about the audio, and yes, it was a snap moment.
How did you do? How did you do, Tori?
Oh yeah, that would help. I got distracted by thinking about 2020 and how much time has passed. I'm halfway through a chapter, but I'm hit the 100-page mark.
Yes.
And you know when like shit starts to like ramp up and you know that shit's about to happen, like we're getting to that point. Because when it's a standalone like 300, 400-page book, they don't really have that much time for that to like be a drawn out process. So we're already
well.
Yeah, we're already in that. So that's interesting. We'll just now see whether or not I finish sprints and then go to bed and finish it tomorrow, or I go upstairs and then try attempt to finish it. That will be the question. We'll see.
We know what it's going to be.
Yeah, probably. We know what like the cliffhangers will be if I don't. Hi, Lynn. I'm not sure what, if anything, I'm reading at the minute as I'm a bit slumpy. It depends on my mood, but I'm here as long as you're here. Yeah, we'll be here for probably 2 more sprints. I'm wide awake. I don't feel like the next one will be the last one anyway. I normally do till midnight. I normally drag Andy and Siobhan until midnight. That's my normal. So even if we've stopped reading by that point, I just feel like at 11 it would be giving in if I don't go to midnight.
Yeah.
Like completionist in me, it's like, no, you've got to finish it. Like, honestly, my brain sometimes. You are smashing that book, Sharon. Also, her cross stitch was so pretty.
Yes,
It was. So
Hi, Emma. Popping in quickly to say hello. It's been a week, but I hope to catch you tomorrow when I feel more human. Well, we'll be here on Becca's channel from 12.
yeah, I had one hell of a week, I swear to God.
I will probably still be sending Siobhan TikToks at midnight.
Probably, but I'm not going anywhere.
I'm going to say goodnight and thank you for the sprints. You're welcome. I just took over from Becca. July and August of 2020 feels like a lifetime ago. Yeah, it's been a while. Oh no, I read that one already. My brain. A nice round 12 midnight hour. Yep, totally. It's fine. Oh, easy. Yes, you'll finish HMRC tonight. Love that. I love productivity sprints. I have very much just sat here all day, but I did ship before we started, so it's all good. I do, however, I should probably put a load of washing on, but whether that happens tonight or first thing tomorrow is another matter. It's fine. I've got work stuff for Monday, so it's not like it's urgent. It's just there is a pile of washing. It's like eating. You have to keep doing it.
I was going to say, there's always a pile of washing. Literally, the moment a load gets done, there's still more there.
If you're wearing clothes, why do you wash? And it's like, for fuck's sake.
Washing and dishes drives me nuts if I stop and think about it, because it never ends. Even when you've finished, you've not finished. It never ends.
I feel like it's almost that same loop of when I was younger, I wanted to grow up, but I didn't think I'd have to adult every day. Like, yes, like I wanted to not be at school and be like a kid, but like, no, who made me adult every day? Like, no.
I always tell Jamie off, and I'm not sure whether this is like an ADHD trait, but he changes his clothes a good 3 or 4 times a day, and I'm like, just wear what? And he's like, I can't, because it's like I've spilled something on this, or he'll be like, I just feel a little bit dirty. So like, especially living where he works, he'll come up halfway through a shift and go, I just need to change, and I'm like, keep your clothes on because it's in the washing. Then like, I had an empty washing basket this morning and now it's full because you've changed as much as Celine Dion at the Oscars. Like honestly.
I'm like work clothes straight into jammies. Like there is no other clothes in the middle for me, unless I'm going out, in which case there might be like another top for that. But like, yeah,
like my pajamas around the house much. If I come home from like the office, I'll put like leggings and a like baggy top on until bed.
Yeah, that's what I do. To be fair,
I just wear my jammies. Because
it's funny because when I'm out, I like having leggings on because I like being able to feel like it was the same with wearing skinny jeans. I like feeling the material touching my skin when I'm outside, but the minute I get in the house, I'm like, it's touching me.
Yeah,
off.
like wearing jeans to bed.
I avoid jeans at all costs, but if I do,
The
moment I'm like, out. I need these.
God, what Abby said is just reminding me. I can't remember
sensory overload.
who it was, but somebody was like, and everybody was telling her to dump her boyfriend. He didn't like all the faff it took to get ready in the morning, so he would get dressed for the next day when he went to bed. So like he would shower, get dressed for the next day, and sleep in what he was wearing for the next day. And everybody was like, "That's weird. Get rid of him." It's clearly whether that be jeans or like whatever, and he would sleep in it, and that just triggered that memory to like pop back up.
No,
it's weird.
Yeah. You get the clothes ready the night before, yes, but not put them on you. Like what?
Yeah, I'm that person that sucks so much in the morning that like my bag is packed, my meds are in it already, like I have everything right at the front of the fridge, so I just need to open it, pull shit out. My clothes are like in a pile, and I either have my towel there for a shower or I've had it just before I go to bed because me and mornings suck. Like I am not a morning person. And even on some nights I will be like, right, shower in the morning, we're all good, and then I will sleep through alarms and I'm suddenly like, no, if I go for a shower I'm now late. You will just have to deal. Like some days just don't do it. But yeah, I like nobody at my work can figure out how if I don't have to have a shower, I get up at 7:40 and I start at 8. And that's me getting up, getting ready, driving to work and getting in the door on time. I don't do mornings. Like, you think I'm grumpy now? If I got up early enough to wake up properly, I would be even grumpier.
If I don't have to shower, like if I've showered the night before, I get up at 7:45, and then I'm making my breakfast by 9:00, and then I've got an alarm at 9:30 to get up and brush my teeth, and then 8:50, just in case I've forgotten that's what I was doing.
Yep.
And to tell me that I need to be leaving the house.
Your lights turn off to tell you fuck off.
And then my light, the living room light goes off at 10:15 to tell me that I really need to be walking out the door.
Does it amuse me? The last time I was staying, we were up early enough that she turned them on, and literally within 20 seconds they turned off. And I was like, what the fuck just happened? And she just went. It was great because I had no idea what was happening. Normally we're not up early.
It normally goes on 6 a.m, and I was like, Tori's not going to appreciate that. So I turned off the automatic switch on, but I hadn't turned on the automatic switch off because I was like, that's not going to affect us.
And it actually did, and it was great because I was so confused.
Because we had the blinds down still.
I was so confused because I was like, what happened? And she was like, oh, for fuck's sake. But this is also hilarious because obviously I am deaf. Like, Kay still tiptoes past me when I sleep in the living room. And I'm like, you don't need to. Like, I promise you're not going to wake me up. It's great.
She carries Hamish so that his toes don't clack.
Yeah, and I'm just like, that's really not going to wake me up. And then when Andy came in, he like comes over and sits next to the sofa to wait to be told to come and give me cuddles, and he's just the cutest.
Oh.
Bell
Yeah.
couldn't.
The timer has just gone off, so let's quickly catch up with the rest of these about our conversation. Someone bully me tomorrow to read, but not tonight. I might cry. Watch your TikToks, Ams. It's fine. Always laundry. Yep. Don't, because I've literally got loads of washing put away, and yet I already need to put another load on. I swear I only wear the same 3 outfits. Yeah, I have a basket there that I will probably pull out of before it goes upstairs to be put away. I'm also a leggings or shirts and t-shirts human. I like putting my PJs on, then into bed feeling. That's fair. Leggings and a loose t-shirt might as well be jammies. Yep.
This is a move.
That's pure psycho. This was at the getting dressed before going to bed. I'm sorry, you would do what?
James just like James just in her house like this. She's like, someone did something weird. Weird out of nowhere. Someone did something weird.
No, lay them out, then change in the morning. Yeah. She says, like I didn't once fully wake up thinking my alarm had gone off, get ready for work, brushed my hair and makeup done to realize it was 3 a.m., not 6 a.m. Oh no. For someone who works early mornings, I'm such an anti-morning person. Yeah, when I had to get up to start work at 6, I was not. Like, I made it almost every single night. That was when I was still staying with my dad. And we would have tea at like 5, half 5. And every day without fail, I would be asleep on the sofa and he'd have to wake me up to go and help him like with food because I would have KO'd. Like, if I get up that early, I'm not getting through the day without a nap.
Mm-hmm.
It's not happening. But if I wake up at 9, I can probably get to 3, 4, 5 o'clock in the morning just fine. Like, explain that. How does that work? Rant over. Something just very different. Yeah. I'm either a wake up at every small noise or sleep through the end of the world. Yeah. I'm thinking I might try the free trial thingy so that I have the book at least. Queen of Shadows, that is. What do you think? It's a great audio, to be fair.
It is.
I love those audiobooks.
Yeah.
Sorry, Brady's stuck on this. That's fine. All good. It's a meme at my work for my co-workers to ask me how many hours sleep I've had each morning.
Don't.
Yeah. We've got some very bad sleepers at my work, and we all just kind of look at each other and go, not today. And then it's like, no. And we're like, okay, cool. Little words until you've had caffeine.
I go through like peaks and troughs of fatigue and insomnia. It's never like normal. It's always can't sleep.
Yeah.
And when I do sleep, I wake up every hour and barely get any sleep constantly. But I'm like awake because I can't sleep. Not that I'm tired and I can't sleep. Like I'm just like awake. Or I am so tired that I can barely keep my eyes open, and it doesn't matter how much I sleep.
I feel
I'm
that.
okay once I'm asleep, but getting to sleep is my hard part. So either like I will fall asleep at like 8, 9, 10, 11, and I will be out for the whole night. Hi, Duke. I hear you.
What the hell?
Or I've literally seen 4 o'clock in the morning and I'm still up at 7 for work. Like, there is literally no in between. It's either I'm asleep before midnight or I see 2 to 4 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah. I just hope.
I just remember the time I messaged Tori and Siobhan on the manga chat at 3:30 on a weekday and we all were awake.
We were.
Vicky's messaged on the group chat, and I've messaged back going, "What are you doing awake at this time?"
And then it's like, well, what are you doing up? You're still here.
So every time I get a TikTok from Emma, like it's past midnight, I'm like, why are you awake? And I'm like, why am I awake?
Sleep. Who's that?
I don't
We
know.
are such a healthy group of humans.
I don't know her.
I really think my heart must drop too low because I can wake up in such a start like I've run a marathon. Oh no.
Good God.
Maybe holding your breath. Kay does that sometimes. And I do that sometimes and freak Kay out more. Like, she'll be like, I'll like stop breathing. And she's like, and then I'll start again. She's like, okay. But like what Kay does is she like holds her breath and then she goes, and I'm like, okay, stop.
You're such a good boy.
Oh, he's so cute.
Don't.
Right, on that, it's been like 7 minutes since the alarm went. So we will finish this conversation and we
I'm
will
going to
do
go,
this.
and I'm going to
And
go
I,
sleep. Hopefully,
We will sleep.
see you all at midday tomorrow.
Same as Emma.
yeah.
We will see you tomorrow in however many hours at 12.
Yeah.
14?
14 hours.
Yeah, that one. That one. Cool.
14.
14.
Bye.
See you tomorrow, Becca. And see everyone else in an hour. Sorry, I had like 25 seconds left of the chapter. I was like, you guys will deal. Andy, how did you do? Are you also finishing a chapter?
No, sorry, I was looking at my phone. Yeah, I finished the book.
Did you enjoy it?
Yeah, I don't understand how people are not liking this book. I mean, I get it, and at the same time, I just don't get it. Like, I know people are expecting like something like Book Lovers or like one of our other books, and it's totally that. It's a lot more literary, and
Yeah, I can't say
slow,
that word
and
either.
like, eh,
I can't say that word either.
and just kind of sits with the characters,
Yeah.
and we've cried at the end, but it's fine. I actually
Okay.
prefer this so far to Funny Story, which seems to be everybody's favorite. Happy Place and Happy Place and this one, I think, are my two favorites.
I think I've only read Beach Read. That is Emily Henry, right?
Yeah. I like Beach Read. This reminds me of Beach Read, but I liked Beach Read as well. So I think I'm just contrary to other people.
And if every story they wrote was exactly the same, people would complain. So, Abby, other than sending me cute pictures of your new housey, did you read anything?
I don't know. I had some of the audiobook on, but maybe a couple, maybe a few pages, but I don't know where I'm up to with it at all. So I've read something a little bit. Because you were all talking about washing, I took my laundry out and put it in the dryer. Then there's just been some sort of like weird fight outside in the pub. So yeah, I had a little nosy at that. There was like a girl screaming, and I was like, "What's going on?" She looked quite young, so I think like she's had a little bit too much to drink because I think she's only just 18. I can't say we've all been there, but I certainly have. Where I've had a little bit too much to drink before I realised what my limits are, and then I've just gave Duke his medication. So
Fair.
I feel like I've done a little bit, but I feel like that hour went so quickly. Like, yeah.
I feel like that's time right now. I don't know where time goes.
I was like, I'll get the dishes done in this sprint as well. Thinking, yeah, I've got loads of time. Put my audiobook on, get like all these little jobs done. No, that did not happen. I made a tea though. I did take some rubbish out as well. Changed the cat litter before, and it was just sitting outside. So I was like, that needs to go in an actual bin.
I feel that. You were productive though, which is good,
Yeah,
especially at 11 o'clock at night.
Yeah, well, this is the only time I get to do these little jobs. Otherwise, like,
You've
baby
got a
is
little
like,
baby.
yeah, she's like, hello, attention, please. But she is asleep. I've checked on her quite a few times as well.
Fair. Siobhan, I think you got yeeted at some point because you're now after Abby.
My phone yeeted itself.
Fair.
I read all of Dead Man Wonderland Volume 2.
Do you see what I mean about what the fuck?
Yeah.
Yeah, now we can talk about it now that we've all read it.
Holy boobs.
Yeah, right? I literally got about 7 pages in, guys, and there was a picture of a woman whose boobs, I swear, were like out to here. Like her waist was tiny, you can see her ribcage, and then just boobs. And I messaged a picture, and I was like, how is this? What we're doing here, guys? Like, this is not like the backache. If that's the size of your ribcage and that's your boobs,
So how is she not suffocating? I really don't.
It was fun.
But yeah, what in the actual fuck was that last chapter?
Yep.
Like, I need volume 3 like ASAP Rocky. Because
I would have read it next if I'd got a prompt I could have read it for, but considering the prompt I got was audiobook, I could not pick up a manga.
That's fair. No, I've also decided I am definitely gonna go and just chop my hair off.
Yes.
I'm gonna do it. So,
Just,
but
just what you do is cut it with kitchen scissors, and then when your mom's like, "What happened?" Just be like, "Oh, I need to go to the hairdressers to get it sorted out. I had to cut some chewing gum out of it."
I don't.
And then you can't complain that it's short.
True. No, honestly, I'm at the point where I don't care anymore. This is just doing my head in. So, I need to get it off. I'm very grateful that my auntie is my hairdresser. So I do technically get it for free. I always still offer, but she always says no. But you know, that's just what aunties are. But I'm trying to wait a little bit longer so it's closer to Pride.
There.
But I don't know how much longer I can deal with it, to be fair.
You can always just get it like retrimmed.
I don't know. We'll see. I'll see how long
I
I
just
can.
did what Tori did. She have it all off.
Yeah. I
I
said earlier, I miss it. Honestly, like all of this shit, what the fuck's that?
Honestly,
Every time it bugs me at work and I'm like, ah, Michelle just stares at me and goes, no. And I'm like, oh, but please. And she's like, no. And then, like, I sat down and I was like, right, you need to take some of it off. Like, it's getting too long now. And she was like, you can have this much off. And I was like, no.
no.
So I put it up in a bubble. And I was like, right, you can leave it so it's a decent bubble, but it can't, because it was like a good 3-4 inches or at least longer than this. And she was like, fine. Honestly, you'd think it was her hair I was cutting. She has such an issue with it. But she always
I'm
like,
trying so hard to grow my hair, and I feel like I'm getting nowhere.
Oh,
my hair will hit like
Oh,
the longest length it just was about as far as it'll get, and then it won't grow any longer.
I want all of this off.
I mean, Tori literally, if she sees me with scissors, is like, put them down.
We've done that a
Because
few
you
times.
literally pick up your fringe like this and you start like just attacking shit.
It's like, stop. I've watched you do it as well, and I'm like,
I yell at her now. She yells at me for shit, so I get to yell back, right? That's how it works.
I mean, I've not done it for ages because I've been going to the hairdresser every
Proud.
like 8 weeks or something.
Proud
I'll
of
let
you. I did some art thing, helped to bring in and put away groceries and time. Where'd that go? Yeah, 100%. Once again, did not tell you how far I got. I think I did about another 52 pages. I'm now up to chapter 10. And I was right to say that shit was hitting the fan.
Oh, I need to read that at some point.
See, I'm not sure where I sit with that because I liked Cinderella's Dead. I wish it was a duology, but it's not. But I like Cinderella's Dead. I did not like
This Poison Heart.
Yeah.
I like
And
that
you
duology.
you didn't read the second one at all, did you?
No, because I googled the plot and I was like, I bet you this is what the plot is. Ran off what the plot was. Went and read the full spoiler thing, and it was pretty much I hit every spot. And I was like, but I don't know if that's I don't. It was the same with Great Big Beautiful Life. I was like, I guarantee this. Like this is what's going to happen, and I was right.
I don't even have thoughts in my head when I'm reading a book about what's upcoming or what could even potentially happen. It just doesn't even cross my mind.
I think I start to like figure out different, like, in saying that, Great Big Beautiful Life, the only other book that I've read that's like it is Seven Husbands of Evelyn Hugo, and I suppose Daisy Jones and the Six. It's got a, like, of course, because it's like an interview-esque style thing, but I just knew at one point I was like, I think this is going to happen, and it happened, and I was like, well, there you go. I don't know if that's just, this is again why I don't like thrillers, because I'm reading it and I'm like,
thrillers because
you're all idiots.
Well, that's a fair point. They can be, yeah.
It's like the characters are like, oh my god, what does this mean? And I'm like,
So,
it's like,
Yeah,
shall I go get Dora the
again-
Explorer to explain it to you?
Again, that never
Well,
even
we're working
crossed
with
my
something.
mind. I would 100% be that idiot that Andy was shouting at. How do you not know this?
see, I do that with thrillers and mysteries.
Or
That's why.
Or again, this is the same thing with like some horror movies and stuff like that. They're like, let's split up and go like secluded places to. Yeah, okay. It's like I always reference back to this episode of Criminal Minds, where there's this woman who's broken down and she's on this road, and it's a straight road, and on either side of the straight road is a forest, right? Dense trees either side. That is a dense trees either side, right? Straight road ahead. And then a car comes along, she tries to flag it down to help her, but it's a guy who's been like, it's the killer, it's the Yunsub. And so he starts chasing her with his car. Big truck, like big American truck, like flatbed truck, right? So she starts running straight down the road as he's chasing her in a car. And honestly, I'm like, you know what? You deserve that. You deserve to die because
Hey, why
trees.
do it when you can go in the trees?
Right? Like,
What?
he couldn't have followed you through the trees.
Or at least he'd have had to stop and get out of his truck to follow
Yeah.
you.
Give her a head start as well, if he had to do
Well,
that.
technically, he couldn't have because he was paralysed, which is why he was killing people with his truck. But
Oh, I remember
sorry.
that episode.
Oh, wait, I remember this.
Yeah,
I love that that's the bit that makes me remember.
and I'm like, you deserve to die for
Yeah.
sheer stupidity. And I
That's-
get that, like, in a real scenario, you may not think, but like, it's a TV show, so I don't really care. Like, when it comes to characters, I'm like, just kill them, it's fine. Right?
Weave, girl, weave, run for the trees, something.
But that's what it's like reading thrillers and stuff like that. Like, it's fine when it's like something like Scooby Doo because that's meant to be ridiculous. But I see a lot of thrillers and a lot of like stuff like that is ridiculous because I'm like, you're putting yourself into a situation. It's like when people, oh, this frustrates me to no end. In American horror films, something happens, and what do? They run upstairs, and then suddenly find themselves trapped. Funny that. It's like, I need to escape. Instead of running out the front door, I'm going to run up the stairs.
What a bunch of tits.
Can't. You're just so stupid.
I love Andy on her rant, especially when she's sarcastic. I just let her go now.
It's funny.
I love it.
But yeah, I don't know if it's like a potential neuro spicy thing or what, but I'm really good at like figuring out where something's gonna, which is why when I read a book, I'm like, I did not see that coming. Like, that's why I usually really like it because 9 times out of 10, I know what's gonna happen.
Well, that's like me, but I still enjoy it. I guess that's the difference.
And I do not. I
I
am
do
the
still enjoy
complete
it.
I am like head empty, no thoughts.
I do still enjoy it. Sometimes, like this one was fine because the journey getting there was interesting. Like, that wasn't the point. The point was the journey. But there are some books where the point is the reveal, or the point is like the thing that I've already worked out, and I'm like, I'm not interested in the journey.
That was a bit like the Truck Man by Suji Tudor. I had already figured it out, but I kind of spitballed it to my granddad. And it's like, no. And I was fucking right.
And then, like, to be fair, Magnus Chase is the next thing I'm going to read.
Yes.
And this one immediately throws you off.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh.
This book immediately goes straight off tangent, and I'm like, okay, where we're
I
going
love
from here now?
I loved it. I also can't
Anyway.
believe that I'm like so close to being caught up with Rick Rider and stuff. I've been doing that read along for like 18 months.
It's what Andy made me read this read along.
No, I mean I owned
Andy
them all.
bullied me into it.
I owned most of them, so it wasn't like I wasn't going to read them at some point. You just kept bullying me to put them further up my TBR list.
And I was right.
And
See,
you
the
would
good
love
thing
them.
about here, you've got me going again. The good thing about Rick Riordan books is that there might be like loads of them on your TBR, like there's like 20 or something of these books sitting on your TBR. Will you get through at least like one a day when you really get into it? Yes. It will not take you as long as some of the other books. You are going to read it like that.
I mean, I've read 21 and I've got, what did I say, 6 to go.
Mm.
Yeah. One of
I
which
don't
isn't
own
even
all of
published yet.
those 6 though. Reminds me of Scream. Yep. Right. Are we good for an hour, or do you want to just do 45 to take us up to midnight?
I don't know. I'm not going to be reading. I'm just going to be fucking about on TikTok.
Abby, Andy?
I
have no
am fine
preference.
either.
No preference. The hunting
they-
party, that's the one that I hated. Sorry. It's in my own little world there.
I don't even know if I'm going to read. I kind of want to read. See, this is the thing. I picked out a TBR, and I kind of want to read something on my Kindle just because I have it.
Do you have some of the books from your TBR on your Kindle? Like, are they on KU?
Only 2 of them. So I've got an arc, and one of the books is on KU.
So can you read that, and that way you're like double tag teaming?
Oh, the arc's human rights, and right now I'm a bit too
Emotionally
like,
drained for that.
yeah, and the Summon of Broken Rules is the one that Meg got me for Christmas a good couple of years ago, and for some reason I just keep not reading it, even though I was really excited when I've
You got it.
first read it. Well, I've read the synopsis and been at my thing.
Ultimately.
Oh, hi, BB.
Hi, meow.
Ultimately.
Hi, meow.
I'll need to send Abby the video of Eden first thing this afternoon. She was on here and she was so loud when we were saying hello.
Yeah, she was.
Cool.
Meow.
Hello, BB.
Oh.
Hi, aren't you pretty?
I'm on mute.
Right, let's just go for 45 because I feel like we've all been here for so long. That's a good shout. And we
Oh
can
no,
see.
code of shame.
Don't start.
Oh,
I feel like I've got a subscription at the vets at the minute with these animals.
oh, bless you.
Is it this leg? Which leg is it? He's got like a cut on one of his legs, but he keeps opening it, so he's got to wear a cone until it's like completely healed, because otherwise he just licks it until it like opens worse.
Oh, bless.
Yeah, I'm familiar.
Yeah, I was going to say Andy will be clearing at Hamish because Hamish was doing that for a while.
Oh.
He's genuinely had a cone on since the baby's been here, so she's now nearly 5 months.
Oy.
Oh,
Yeah,
Oh no.
it's nearly
Yeah.
done now. I can see the
He's
light.
got really dry skin on his belly,
Oh,
and where his legs kind of meet his body. So like
yeah.
it woke Kay up the other night because he turned around and he was licking, and he'll lick and he'll chew and he'll split the skin. It's like that's
Has he got allergies?
Scotties have dry skin anyway, but we think he might have like a grass allergy, like because when the grass is longer and it touches his belly, it doesn't need to be that much longer. Like when it's brushing his belly, it tends to get itchier.
Yeah,
Well,
He's always had a problem with dry
allergies.
skin.
That's what his is caused by, is his allergies, and that like he had these like lesions underneath his lips, and when he was licking, he's like spread the lesions to the cuts, like. But I thought he just had really weird cat lips. I didn't realize that they were abnormal. And the vet was like to me, like, how long's his lips been like that? And I was like what? He was like, he's got all these lesions under his lips. I was like, I've genuinely never noticed that before. I thought that was just how his lips looked. So he's got some sort of allergies. We're hoping because we've moved, it might just be in other flat. because it is actually starting to improve a lot more than it was. So I'm like, there was something in that flat that he was allergic to. So I'm hoping. Yeah. So I think we're coming to the end of it though now. It looks a little bit better than it did.
That's good.
That's good.
Bless.
I know. I always just want to like hug them all.
Yeah.
Love all of your animals. Right. Before we completely derail and just end up yapping for the next 40 minutes, let's go for one last sprint. Get ready for bed, etc. Do whatever we're doing, and then say goodnight, and then, toddle off.
Yeah.
But I will see you in 45. Boo. Did you zone out?
I'm just really tired.
That's fair. We made it to the end, though. We did it.
Oh, I don't like seeing my elbows do that. Don't do that. Ooh.
I can do it too with Can Do.
I don't like my funny hypermobile.
Andy, did you get up to anything or did you just be?
I am reading Sort of Summer. I've got like 2 pages left to the chapter 2 sounds.
Cool. Savon?
Put my book away. Well, all the mangas that I've read back on the shelf. Shut up shop. Make myself my juice for the night. And just doom scroll TikTok, really.
Good plan. I do not think I will be staying up to read the end of this. I'm only just at the 50% mark.
No.
Well, I'm just like 10 pages over, but it's too far for me to stay awake for. Abby, how did you do?
1 second, let me shut that door because there's something to be drying. Apologies, that was loud. I've done the dishes and 20 more pages. So I'm just gonna put it in there now. And then I've just sprayed Mowgli's leg as well with some antiseptic spray, which you know is very important. But he's now trying to lick the leg with the
Of course he
comb.
is.
That's what I just got up for. So how far am I now? Like 74%. So
Nice.
yeah. So we're getting through it. But yeah.
Good show. I am excited to get to them. I've started my year with like the standalone type books on my 25 and 25 because I know that if I enjoy the book ones that everybody's picked, I'll want to read the rest of the series since I own the rest of every series that was picked.
That's fair.
People pick the start of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 different series for out of 25 books. So yeah, that's fun. It's fine. We will get there. Andy, you started Sort of Summer.
Yes, I am 45 pages.
Look at that. Beautiful. 45 pages in 45 minutes.
Of just
Have you got to the oh my god what? Yeah. Right at the start of the book. The oh my god what? Amused me. Yeah.
Literally just happened.
When I read it, Andy literally messaged me going, have you got to the bit? I don't want to name it in case you haven't got there because, you know, spoilers, but have you got there? Do you know what bit I'm on about? And I was like, yeah, what the fuck? It makes so much sense when you think about Norwegian mythology, but for a book, you wouldn't think it would be a thing that would be at the start of a book.
Norse mythology.
What did I say?
Norwegian.
Wrong, but also not horrendously wrong.
Yeah, not too far.
My brain.
It's like whenever somebody starts Heroes of Olympus.
Yes,
they open
it
the
is.
first page and they go, what the
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
love it.
It's really good. I've enjoyed the whole series, but I was saying to Andy and like the guys in that chat with me, I instantly asked Andy after finishing Apollo what the next book that I needed, and I went to the library and just like put it in, and it was like available on the 27th of August.
Oi.
And I was like, fantastic. To be fair, every single book I've got out of the whole series, I've just kind of waited for them to appear whenever I get the email, and most of the time it doesn't take as long because, as Andy said, they read so fucking fast once you actually start them.
Yeah.
But yeah, I've requested it, and whenever it comes in, I will just add it to whatever TBR I'm on.
Yeah.
Because it's the last book that I own. I don't own the other ones that I need after that, so it's fine. But once again, we have made it to after midnight, and I am now really sleepy, so I will probably just go to bed, even though I was planning on reading the last bit of this. But according to the thing, I've got 2.5 hours left, so that is not happening.
No, do that tomorrow.
So I will continue this while we are on sprints with everyone tomorrow. But yeah, thank you so much for joining me. Abby, it was lovely to see you. Same with Andy. I haven't been on sprints with the two of you in a while. Me and Siobhan are always on. But yeah, thanks for joining me. Thanks for taking part in Becca's readathon if you're doing it. She has more sprints tomorrow from 12 as usual with me, Siobhan, and Jem.
Yeah, I think it's
And Ash, I think, for a bit of it, but I don't know if she's going to the cinema because she didn't go today. Who knows? But yeah, we will see you soon. I will attempt to do sprints some of the weekends, but me and Dad are seeing Gran quite a bit this month because people are on holiday and we're making sure she still has visitors. So I think it will be the 17th. You said next Saturday was the 10th, Andy, in the message you sent us.
Yeah.
Yeah, so the 17th should be the day that I'm doing day-long sprints on this Saturday. But I'll be in and out with other sprints and that. But I will see you later. Good night, guys. Bye.